Shifu has been teaching Satipatthana, or the 4 establishments of mindfulness. They are mindfulness of body, mindfulness of feeling, mindfulness of thought, and today we begin with mindfulness of Dharma. In previous guided meditations, Shifu has taught many methods related to mindfulness of body, mindfulness of feeling, and thought. All of these eventually lead up to this one, mindfulness of Dharma. Here the Dharma means not only the Buddha Dharma, the Buddha's teachings. It refers to the broad definition of Dharma, which is all phenomena. The Buddha taught that all dharmas are empty of nature. That means all things, physical, mental, everything is empty of a persistent, inherent, substantial nature. Now the Buddha is the enlightened one. That means the Buddha knows the true nature of all things, the true reality of all phenomena. So the aim of mindfulness of Dharma is to see all Dharma exactly as it is, all phenomena exactly as they are. See the true nature of these phenomena. What we have practiced before, mindfulness of the body. Our body is a special kind of Dharma, a special kind of phenomena that we are specially attached to. Mindfulness of feeling. Feelings and emotions are also an important class of Dharma, an important subset of the Dharma that exists, because we derive pleasure and displeasure from them. They are important to us. We easily become attached to them as well. When we cling to them, we do not see their true nature. We have mistaken perceptions of what our body is, what our feelings are. That is called ignorance, delusion. These ignorance and delusions are the sources of our suffering, our unhappiness in life. Another important class of dharmas are our thoughts. From morning till night, every day, our mind is filled with these thoughts of all kinds. Just like our body and feelings, we cling to our thoughts. We have mistaken perceptions of the nature of our thoughts. We don't quite understand them. We make misguided assumptions about our thoughts. we have misguided assumptions about who we are, what we are, and therefore we make decisions, we have behaviors that make our life difficult, that are not good for ourselves in the long run. So if we practice mindfulness of Dharma, if we can see the Dharmas exactly as they are, we are no longer fooled by them. That is called awakening, to see the true nature of all phenomena, including the nature of ourselves. That is the Buddha. So we see how Satipatthana has step by step helped us practice in the training of mindfulness on the path toward awakening, starting with what seems to be the most solid aspect, which is our body. As we get to understand, get to observe our body better, with more clarity, we see that our body is an aggregate of flesh, blood, bones, cells, molecules, chemicals. We begin to realize there is no central master, controller, an entity that controls this body. We begin to see the emptiness of the body, seeing the body as an aggregate. We begin to see the impermanent, interdependent nature of our body. Now, it is a little bit harder to see the true nature of our feelings because they are so much more fleeting. They are mental. They are not physical. They are more subtle than our physical body. But when we become better at mindfulness of body, we are more ready to practice mindfulness of feeling. Mindfulness of feeling is the gateway to more in-depth understanding of our mind, because our feelings and emotions are the most observable, prominent part of our thoughts. So next, we practice mindfulness of feeling. As we become better at this practice, we go on to practice mindfulness of thought. We want to understand our mind, but what is our mind? We cannot find a physical location. We don't even know how to define what our mind is. But what we can observe are the thoughts we have in our mind that comes and go all the time. Besides the feelings and emotions, there are many more kinds of thoughts that occur in our mind. We learn to observe them and get a better, more clear picture of the nature, the characteristics of these thoughts. That is the way to begin understanding ourselves. And finally, we should learn mindfulness of Dharma, which includes the body, the feeling, the thoughts, and everything else. We want to see them exactly as they are. Along the way, we will have gained insights into the reality of life, starting with ourselves. So we should continue to practice mindfulness of body, mindfulness of feeling, mindfulness of thought, and mindfulness of Dharma. So now we move on to learn the mindfulness of Dharma. Since Dharma encompasses everything, so where do we begin? We have to start somewhere. Now, in the Satipatthana, the Buddha gives us this guidance, where to begin the practice of mindfulness of Dharma. There is the first part in the mindfulness of Dharma practice, that is the contemplation to remove the 5 hindrances. This is what Shifu will teach today. The second part is the contemplation of the 7 factors of enlightenment. This part Shifu will teach in the next 2 half-day meditation sessions. So first, we practice the contemplation of the 5 hindrances. The reason we are not able to see all phenomena, the dharmas as they are, the reason we are not able to see the truth is because we have obstacles that hinder our vision. These hindrances cloud our vision, like veils of cloth covering our eyes. These hindrances prevent us from seeing others clearly, seeing our relationships clearly, seeing our life and ourselves clearly. Specifically, there are 5 hindrances that hinder our vision in the mindfulness training. The first hindrance is desire. The second hindrance is anger. The third hindrance is drowsiness. The fourth hindrance is restlessness and regret. The fifth hindrance is doubt. These constitute the 5 hindrances. Now we want to remove these 5 hindrances from our practice, from our life. Once we clear the 5 hindrances, our mind will be in a state that is ready to go to the next step, which is the contemplation of the 7 factors of enlightenment. The 7 factors of enlightenment, as the name indicates, are what we need to observe, understand, and cultivate in order to open our eyes to the truth, to bring us to enlightenment. Now this teaching is available to everyone. That means everyone has the potential to attain enlightenment, but we do need to put into the practice. First, learn how to remove the 5 hindrances, and then become skillful at the 7 awakening factors. These are the methods taught by the Buddha on mindfulness of Dharma toward enlightenment. Now, if we do not know about this practice, or if we learn them as knowledge but do not actually do the mindfulness training accordingly, then our potentials will remain just that, potentials, unrealized potentials, and we continue to struggle with our lives. Now the Buddha sees this and understands that our suffering, our struggles are unnecessary. We do have a way out of this endless cycle of dukkha. So let us mindfully learn the teaching on the 5 hindrances. The first hindrance is desire, mostly lust, but it also can include greed of any kind. Lust for physical pleasure, desire to earn the attention of another, greed for money or status, or even particular food. They stir our mind, preventing our mind from having a calm and clear state. And therefore, it is a big obstacle to our mindfulness training and a big hindrance to enlightenment. Now, we have talked about desires or greed before, frequently, notably in the mindfulness of feeling and mindfulness of thoughts practice. We both observed the presence and the effects of greed and desires. So how is this different, or is it more of the same? In mindfulness of feeling, we already observed the effects of our cravings and hatred or anger, how they affect us strongly, emotionally. In the mindfulness of thought practice, we further understood the presence of these thought of greed, thought of anger. We understood that there are 2 aspects. One is the idea that I need this, I want this, I deserve this, I should pursue this. And because of these ideas, these beliefs, these perspectives, we develop habits or patterns of thought that continue along those lines. We think about, we make plans to get what we want. And when we do get what we want, or don't get what we want, we have strong emotions as a result. And all of this affects the clarity and stillness and serenity of our mind. In the mindfulness of feeling meditation, we learned not to add fuel to the fire. We learn to observe our feelings of greed and anger as they are, which are impermanent. They don't represent us. They are like ripples, waves in the ocean. So we learn how to first detach the I with those feelings. In the mindfulness of thought practice, we further train ourselves to observe these thoughts and feelings as they come, as they go. We detect the presence or absence of greed, desires, anger, hatred. So now, in the mindfulness of Dharma, why do we still talk about desires as a practice? That is because we need to go into more depth in the understanding of our desires. Now, with the mindfulness of feeling and mindfulness of thought training, we can get ourselves into a state of serenity, a state of calmness, by letting go of those emotions and thoughts, by learning not to become attached, not to add fuel to the fire. So as a result, we can achieve a state of peace. However, that doesn't solve the problem, because next time similar situations arise, our desires will arise again. So, in the mindfulness of Dharma practice, we want to end this once and for all. We want to solve the problem completely. We want to not only detect the presence and absence of these thoughts, but also understand the cause and conditions for which they arise. That means we go further into the understanding of these dharmas by understanding how they arise and how they cease, what to do so that they will never arise again. How we can make the five hindrances, the desires and the anger, go away completely, forever. To do this, we need to understand how they arise. That is, the dependent arising nature, the dependent arising conditions. Understand the interdependence of these hindrances. So we need to go further and contemplate, observe the cause and conditions of how they arise. This is the key difference in the mindfulness of Dharma practice. Now we have many kinds of desires. Desires for physical pleasure, desire for people to like me, desire for money, desire for donuts, desire to climb up the company ladder. So where do these desires arise? Where do they come from? What are the cause and conditions for their appearance? Let us take an example of donut. Do donuts taste good? Yes, they taste good, so I want one. I want two. I want a dozen. Let us be mindful and observe our own mental process in this example. Let's say I have a desire to eat some donuts. Why I have this desire? Well, because it tastes good. Makes me happy when I eat it. So there is that physical pleasure aspect. When the donut is in your mouth, it is sweet, it's chewy. The physical pleasure leads to a certain mental satisfaction. However, if we can remain objective, we can see that that is a short-term pleasure. It is what we call in Buddhism a deluded pleasure. Because in the longer term, when we finish 3 of these donuts, or even half a dozen donuts, we begin to regret. Oh no, all the calories, all the sugar, And if we contemplate a little more, all the food coloring, and who knows what other additives and chemicals they put into those donuts. So in the long term, it has a much greater negative effect onto our health, and as a result, onto our mental happiness. So if eating a lot of donuts is actually bad for us, why I still have those desires? So we begin to realize that our mind tend to focus on short-term pleasure, short-term satisfaction. And unless we step back, have a broader vision, have the training to look at the long-term effects of an event, of an undertaking, then we probably will make better decisions. So now we see that the cause and condition for eating a lot of donuts is because we are focused on short-term pleasure. But we can do something about that. We can do something to change it. By meditation practice, by mindfulness training, we can learn to defeat those desires. In other words, we can alter the cause and conditions. If we alter the cause and conditions of an event, then that event may not happen. That desire for the donut may change its hold on us. So, in the Satipatthana Sutra, in the section on mindfulness of Dharma, where Buddha teaches us to contemplate on the five hindrances, Buddha said, to see how desires rise, to see the presence of the desires, to see how the desires go away, and to see how the desires never rise again. So here is the key in the mindfulness of Dharma practice. Not only we want to see that there are certain thoughts, like the desires that we don't want, but we also want to understand how they rise, how they go away. We want to understand the dependent arising conditions. And we want to understand how to destroy those causes and conditions so they never rise again. Now that sounds difficult to do. How do we do that? Well, actually, we already have the pieces of the puzzle. If you have learned about the Four Noble Truths, or if you have listened carefully to the mindfulness of feeling and mindfulness of thought teachings, you already have the pieces of the solution. And what are they? In the Four Noble Truths, which are the truth of dukkha, suffering, and the second noble truth, the cause of suffering, the third noble truth, the end, the forever ending of suffering, which is nirvana, and the fourth noble truth, the path to the end of suffering. That is what we do, how we practice. We already learned a general method to end all suffering, including suffering caused by desires and craving. In the second noble truth, it talks about the causes of suffering. And Shifu has taught that there are what is called the false view and the false thoughts. False view refers to the perspective, the way we look at something, the way we look at a phenomena. For example, how do we look at donuts? Oh, donuts are great. I love it. I want some. That's one way to look at it. Another way to look at it would be donuts, while they taste good, they hurt us more in the long run. And so I should learn how not to cling to donuts. So the two different perspectives have different effects on us, leading to different karma and different results. One results in more suffering. Maybe we gain a lot of weight. Maybe our heart condition becomes poor. Maybe we have diabetes or high blood pressure. And the second perspective leads us on a path to improve the quality of our lives. That's how important the right view or the false views are. So first we need to change our perspective, change how we look at donuts by understanding the reason we have desire for donuts is because of our tendency to focus on short-term pleasure rather than long-term results. Now, the second aspect to the cause of suffering is false thoughts. That refers to the thought pattern, the sequence of thoughts, the sequence of reactions that we have based on our view. Now, if the view is donuts are great, I want some more, then the sequence of thoughts will be I go out, find a donut shop, buy half a dozen donuts, and indulge in those donuts. And the next day, I begin to regret. On the other hand, if we take a second point of view, okay, while they may taste good, they are really terrible junk food. You can indulge one or half of it once in a while, but please don't eat 3 at a time every week. So by taking the second perspective, our sequence of thoughts change, our reaction change, our karma change, and the result change. Our life is improved in a little way. So that is how we end suffering, by understanding the cause in terms of false views and false thoughts, and changing that, replacing the false view with the right view, and then gradually replacing the false thoughts with right thoughts, or the right reaction, the right stream of thinking. And one day, you can see, maybe a year from now, you will look at donuts as, yeah, no big deal. I don't need it. The desire doesn't even rise. Now, of course, donuts is a simple example, but it illustrates the process of mindfulness of Dharma practice, understanding the interdependent nature of desires, and then how to destroy the cause and condition for which the desires rise, so that sometime in the future, that bad desire will never rise again. The same methodology can be applied in our greed for money, our greed for attention, our desire for everyone to love me. We need to identify the false views and replace that with the right views. And it takes time to unlearn the bad habit, the false thoughts, and replace that with a good habit based on our right view. That is, from false view, we turn to right view. From false thoughts, we turn to the right thoughts, right thinking. And that's exactly the first steps in the Eightfold Path to Nirvana. Right understanding, right thoughts, right speech, right action, and so on. So this is how we contemplate the first of the five hindrances, desires. We observe the presence of certain desires. We contemplate on the conditions, the cause and conditions that this desire arise. We replace the false view with right view. And so we continue to practice mindfully this way until at some point in the future, we know that this desire will never arise again. We are liberated from the trap of this desire. We're liberated from the bad karma, the retribution from this desire. Now, one thing we should know that the word desire is a general concept. We need to get specific and identify what specific desires I have, what kind of things I cling to, and everybody is different. Some people may laugh at the example of a donut. What is the big deal about donuts? I don't care about it. I don't have that desire. But another person may have a real struggle with it. Just because I don't have a particular desire doesn't mean I should laugh at others or look down on others, because certainly there are specific desires that I have, that I cling to, that I find difficult to remove. And everybody have different sets of clinging. So understanding this, we don't judge other people's desires, but we objectively face our own attachment and work on it. Now, one more thing about greed or desire. They are actually good desires. So what we want to destroy, what we want to remove are the desires that are obstacles, that make us selfish, that make us pursue small pleasures that actually hurt us in the long run. But there are good desires, like I want to become a Buddha, I want to become enlightened, I want wisdom, I want to help other people, I want to be more compassionate, I want to have more peace of mind. Now, don't let go of those desires. At this point, we still need those desires as motivation to keep us going in our mindfulness practice, in our journey toward enlightenment. So this is the first of the five hindrances. The other four are similar. We observe the presence or absence of these desires or anger. And we want to identify and destroy the causal conditions that make them arise. Now let us continue with our meditation. We now prepare for walking meditation. Make a half bow to the Buddha. We now take a 15-minute break. We now prepare for walking meditation. Make a half bow to the Buddha. We now take a 15-minute break. Shifu has explained the first part in the Mindfulness of Dharma meditation is to remove the 5 hindrances. These 5 hindrances obstruct our mindfulness training and cloud our vision, preventing us from attaining enlightenment. The first hindrance is desire. The second hindrance is anger. Now we have talked about anger extensively. Let us review what we know about anger in the context of being a hindrance to our practice. The word anger represents a whole category of our thoughts, including emotions. They cover different degrees of dissatisfaction in our mind. If we reflect on our own behavior, we can certainly recall events, experiences where we became angry. Now we may have been slightly annoyed, or we may have been extremely upset at some situation or someone. We may have been upset at words that people said. We may have been upset at the tone of voice, how somebody spoke to us. We may have been upset at the climate. I want to go to a picnic and it started to rain. We may have been upset at ourselves being born poor, ugly, stupid, short, fat, too skinny. Or we may have been upset at others for their behavior, the way they talk. Or maybe we were jealous of someone for their talents, looks, or accomplishments. And the degree of our anger also spans a great range. It could be a slight annoyment at something small. It could be a great resentment towards something. Now this resentment, let us say, towards someone's behavior, can develop into something stronger. For example, you have to work with this person every day. And day after day, you get more and more upset. Whereas previously, when he says something that upset you, you have this resentment. And now, because of repeated previous incidents, all it takes is to take a look at that person and then you are upset. This is the second form of anger. We may call it hatred. Compared to the first form of anger, which is triggered by some event. Now you don't even need a trigger. All you have to do is take a look at that person and you hate him. Now, this second form of anger can develop into something even more serious, which we may call acrimony. That means whether there is or isn't an event that triggers your anger. In your mind, you want something bad to happen to that person. Your anger got to a point where you wish that person would be hurt in some way. This is even more serious. Now, this anger can develop into a fourth stage, which we may call malice or harm. And that is, you are actually making a plan, taking some actions to hurt that person, either by ruining his reputation or actual physical violence. So we see how dangerous anger can be, starting from small degrees of anger. The anger can develop into something more and more damaging. Let us take an example of being caught in traffic. If you drive to work every day and you are caught in traffic every single day, first there is that resentment. Why do I have to go through this? But when you are not driving, there is no resentment. When you are actually caught in the traffic, there is anger. Now, because it happens day after day, at some point, as soon as you get into your car getting ready to work, you begin to have this anger brooding in your mind. That is the second stage, the hatred for driving to work. Now, can it develop into the third stage, acrimony? Most people probably do not. But sometimes, as you're driving, and as the traffic is really bad, your mind turns to evil thoughts. I wish all these people would leave town. I wish their cars would break down. I wish they would lose their job. In very extreme situations, the fourth stage of anger may develop. I remember many years ago when I was living in Los Angeles, there was some news that there were people starting to shoot at the cars on the freeway, actually hurting some people. There were several of those incidents. Now, we don't know what actually happened to these people who became shooters. But one possibility would be that those offenders have developed the fourth stage of anger, actually carrying out actions to hurt someone. Now let us reflect on the various stages of anger that we have experienced. Who gets hurt? Now, of course, when you are upset at someone, you may have said something or done something to make the other person upset or suffer. But let us be clear. The person that suffered from beginning to the end is ourselves. Whenever we have any form of anger, we suffer. Now, some of you may know a famous movie called Godfather. It came from this book. I remember the book cover for Godfather. It was simply the words Godfather written in bold letters. But also there was a hand of a puppeteer. Strings from that hand controls the word father on the book cover. It is symbolic. A puppeteer controlling our lives. Let us reflect. Is there a puppeteer holding strings to what happens in our life? Indeed, there is. And the puppeteer is nothing other than our emotions and feelings, if they tend to take over our behavior, our decisions. Now, do you want that to happen? Do you want someone able to push your buttons? What this means is that your actions can be triggered by someone else. Somebody, some situations is able to create a cause and conditions that generate anger in you. And that from then on, you become the puppet. Is this the kind of life that you want? Of course not. And therefore, we want to practice mindfulness of feeling, mindfulness of thought, to understand how our feelings sometimes take over us, to detect the presence of anger. Now, in the mindfulness of Dharma practice, we want to go further and understand the cause and conditions that give rise to anger, and to be able to destroy the causal conditions so that this harm will never happen again. That is, we contemplate on the dependent arising of anger. Now, just like desire, which we have just talked about, we already have the pieces of the solutions. If we understand that there is the false thought and the false view, the false thought follows our false view. What is the false view here? It is that the belief, the perspective, when somebody says something, when some situation calls for it, I should react with anger. I deserve to react with anger. I'm justified in reacting with anger. Now, from the Buddhist point of view, that is never the case. There's always a better alternative. When we feel justified to be angry, our anger as an emotion is easily triggered. And because of the powerful nature of anger, it is also easy to be overtaken by this strong wave in the ocean of my mind. Now remember, when that happens, you become the puppet. And the puppeteer, the one holding the strings, is your emotion. Is that anger. But wait, the puppeteer is not you. The anger is just a wave that comes and goes. You don't need to identify yourself with that anger. That anger doesn't have to represent you. So you see that the puppeteer is empty, it's an illusion. It only has power when we give up, give in, give up that control, and give in to our emotions. We don't have to become the puppet. There are alternatives. It begins with replacing the false view with the right view. And an example of a right view when we are in a situation where we would become angry previously. Now instead, let us look at that person, let us look at the situation and see that, wait, that person is saying nasty things to me, but he is behaving like a puppet. He is being controlled by his anger or misunderstanding. He is suffering. He doesn't have the Buddha's teaching. I am so fortunate to have learned the Buddha's teaching about anger, about the emptiness of anger. Let me remain calm. I can do this. I can react with compassion and patience and understanding. In this way, no matter what happens, we replace the previous false view with the right view, a perspective that elevates our vision, that helps us see everyone equally and with a compassionate eye. By replacing our false view with the right view, the perspective that brings us closer to the reality of life, that everyone's actions are from a set of cause and conditions. Often when we are not mindful, we become the puppet of situations. We become the puppet of the conditions surrounding us. Now let me be the person who first awakes, who first rises above and see the interdependent nature of our situation. We can rise above and see differently, and gradually we react in a different way. Our stream of thoughts that follows the right view replaces the old false behavior, the false thoughts. This is how we see clearly the cause and conditions of our anger, and we do something about it. It takes quite a bit of practice, but we can see that one day this trigger of my anger no longer works. I have destroyed the cause and conditions of my anger because I don't have that false view anymore. By destroying the causal conditions of anger, we can eliminate for all future times the hindrance that is anger. Just like desire and anger, there is a third hindrance, drowsiness, or you may say unmindfulness. Drowsiness or unmindfulness also comes in degrees. We know that in our meditation, our mind should always be in the present, be calm, be still, be objective. But sometimes we lose it. Our awareness sinks. Our mind becomes dim, unclear, unaware. We may lose it for a moment. We may lose it for a minute. We may lose it for the whole session. Now you see how that is a big hindrance to our practice. There was a great Chinese Chan master in the Tang Dynasty. His name was Yunju Daoying. He had a teaching that goes, if you lose it for a moment, you were as good as dead. What does that mean? Lose it for a moment. You were absent for a moment. If your mind is not in the present for even just a moment, that moment, you were as good as dead. That's what the master was saying. It is shocking, purposely, when we were not aware, not mindful, we were useless. Certainly not making any progress toward awakening. Not even living, you could say. So from this perspective, death happens throughout the day. When you are not present, you just died. So from this perspective, death happens throughout the day. If you were absent for a moment, you were as good as dead. Now, ordinary people think that being alive and death are two opposite things. But to a Zen master, they are the same. Life and death is not about a lifetime. It is not about 80 years, 100 years. Every day, every moment, you live, you die, and you live, and you die. With the passing of each moment, you live, and you die. When the moment's passed, the you of the past moment has died. But you are still in the present. Are you living now? Yes. Are you dying now? Yes. So each moment, you are both living and dying. Living and dying is the same thing. So the issue is not about birth or death. The issue is about how you live each moment. Now, are you awake, or have you been drowsy, sleepy, so sleepy that you did not even hear what Shifu just said in the last 3 minutes? So, ask yourself, how do you want to live your life each moment? Do you want to be more alive or more dead? Being drowsy, especially during meditation, means that you are dying this moment. But do not despair, because the next moment you can be fully alive again. Of course, you need to do something about that drowsiness, recognizing that it is killing you, so to speak. But each moment you are reborn, if you wish. You can remain sleepy, remain absent, remain unmindful, or you could change that. So you see how drowsiness, sleepiness is a hindrance not only to our mindfulness training, but to living. So during meditation, we want to look out for the signs of the onset of drowsiness. Shifu has talked about this before. A good sign is to open your eyes and close your eyes when you meditate. Do you detect any difference? Do you feel that it is more comfortable, more cozy when you close your eyes? Then that is an early sign of drowsiness, because if you were perfectly alert, there should be no difference whether you open your eyes or close your eyes. So when you detect that, Shifu suggests you to meditate with your eyes open instead. And there are different ways to deal with drowsiness. You can clench your fist. You can recite a sutra like the Heart Sutra repeatedly. You can recite the Buddha's name. You can switch to a different type of meditation that requires more contemplation. Drowsiness comes in cycles. If you can fight it off, say 5 minutes, 10 minutes, you will find that the drowsiness goes away and your mind will be alert again. Of course, you want to contemplate on the causal conditions of drowsiness. The key here is ignorance, the third of the 3 poisons: greed, anger, ignorance. Or in this case, we should call it unmindfulness. So we know enough about mindfulness to know what to do to bring up the mindfulness, starting with forcing yourself to stay in the present moment. Again, replacing the false views and gradually the false thoughts. I will leave the specifics of that as an exercise for you. The 4th hindrance is restlessness and regret. There's the restlessness of the body, restlessness of the mouth, that is speech, and restlessness of the mind. Examples of restlessness of the body: you cannot stay in one place. You cannot stay still. You walk around aimlessly. You look at your phone, flip your phones for a few minutes, you put it down. Restlessness of the mouth means that you talk and talk and talk about things that don't really matter. Some people have a habit of talking and talking for hours, not even noticing what the other person's reaction is, trying to give you signs to end the conversation, but you keep on talking. Of course, all these types of restlessness come from the mind. Being restless, it is the opposite of being drowsy. The mind is overactive, out of control. You can see that how this is a hindrance to our training. In meditation, it is important that you remain still and focused. It is because of our need for stimulation, that dopamine hit over and over, that lead to this restlessness. We do not know that it is okay to be still, to be silent, to simply be present in this moment. It is not necessary to talk all the time. Silence is not uncomfortable. There is serenity to be discovered in silence. So examine the cause and conditions that make us act this way. We can change our false view and false thought. There is no peace of mind with restlessness. Now, the fourth hindrance is actually restlessness and regret. Why are these two terms together? It is because restlessness often leads to regret. Restlessness by itself is not desirable, but when it leads to regret, it becomes more serious hindrance. One way that restlessness leads to regret is because when our mind is unsettled, we waste time and we may regret later we were not able to accomplish anything useful. A second way that restlessness leads to regret is that in this unsettled state of mind, we fall into past memories where we've done something wrong and we regret our past actions. Oh, I shouldn't have done this. I shouldn't have said that to him. I shouldn't have made that decision. And then we fall into this restless, incessant, blaming ourselves behavior. Now, to regret something we have done by itself can be good or bad. In a good way, we reflect on our past, we discover what we do wrong, we regret it, we admit our mistakes. Now, if we can discover what we did wrong and improve in the future, then that regret is good, because we don't hold on to the regret. But because we are trapped in this incessant blaming cycle, we regret and regret instead of acting in a positive way. We are drowned in our negative mindset. Then in this case, this regret becomes harmful. So this is how restlessness and regret forms the fourth hindrance. Now we need to discover the cause and conditions to remove this hindrance. For restlessness, it is the view that we need to be stimulated. We did not yet understand how true peace of mind, true serenity, actually comes from the lack of stimulation, or more precisely, that the mind being undisturbed by any stimulation. That is not boring, but rather it is the gateway to true peace. And another view we need to understand is that it's okay to have made mistakes in the past. Everybody does it because we all have ignorance and delusions. The wise one will look at their mistakes, discover the cause and conditions, and then improve, so that next time similar things happen, we make better decisions. We have a better vision of how to act. That way we turn the regret into a positive force. Of course, with these right views, we need to mindfully practice, hold on to these right views, so that we may remove the previous patterns of reaction, change the false thoughts into right thoughts, right behavior, right reaction, in order to destroy this fourth hindrance. The last of the 5 hindrances is doubt. The major forms of doubt are doubting yourself, doubting the Dharma, and doubting your teacher. The opposite of doubt is confidence and trust. So to have lots of doubt means that we lack confidence and lack trust. To doubt yourself, you don't have enough self-confidence. You don't believe that you can accomplish this, that you are capable, that you have potentials for great things. Now, this doubt can come from previous harsh experiences. It could come from a poor environment, not meeting good enough teachers to help you discover what you are capable of. But the Buddha has confidence in us. He says that we can all accomplish the greatest of accomplishments, which is to be completely enlightened. If we meditate and discover the serenity within, the knowing mind, and what it is capable of, if we study the Dharma and learn how to examine the cause and conditions of things that happen that make us suffer. We will learn how to get out of our suffering, how to solve the problems in our life, and we will gain confidence in our own abilities to see, to understand, and to resolve our issues. Eventually, we will be able to believe that we indeed can become Buddhas. To doubt the Dharma. Why should I believe in this teaching? Why should I believe in Buddhism? Why should I believe in any religion? Some people think that all religions are sugarcoating to hide the harshness of life. But not Buddhism. They are wisdom, great wisdom, to be discovered that everyone can see if they are willing to give themselves a chance. To doubt the Shifu, to doubt the teacher. Of course, we need to find the right Shifu, someone who is truly capable and understanding what they teach. Now you want to use your discerning mind to find the right teacher for you. We won't spend much time on this, but examine the source of our doubt, the cause and conditions of our lack of confidence, either in ourselves or other people. Why have we developed this distrust, even to ourselves? Use what we learned before. Identify the false views and replace that with the right views. Then we will be able to replace our doubt with confidence, ultimately destroying all doubts to ourselves, to the Dharma, and to the right teacher. Remember who is our fundamental teacher? Shakyamuni Buddha. Let us be grateful for having the Buddha in our lives and giving us freely this teaching. Let us now aim to remove the 5 hindrances forever. We now prepare for walking meditation. Make a half bow to the Buddha. We now take a 10-minute break. We have completed this half-day meditation. We will have more half-day meditations. Remember the teaching, practice frequently, and we'll see you next time. Let us put our palms together and make the dedication. May all sentient beings be freed from their suffering and encounter the Buddha Dharma and attain enlightenment.